Good afternoon and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, May the 12th. If we can please first start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Bieber.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Doria. Present. Councillor Parker.
Here.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Here. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Present.
And Mayor Hagan.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
All right. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. I have a resolution from Councillor Parker, adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on May 12, 2026 be adopted as presented. Are there any changes? I believe there is. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would actually ask that we go back to item 2.2, recognitions. We seem to have skipped over that.
Yes, we did. I will hop back to that. Anything, we'll do the adoption of the agenda, then I'll hop back to that.
So you want to adopt the agenda now?
Sure.
Okay, then I do have an addition to the agenda. I would request that an urgent business item be added to the agenda as per section 107B of the procedure bylaw.
All right, and Madam City Clerk, that's a 2/3 vote for that?
That's correct. Because it's urgent business, it's 2/3 or 6 of you to agree to add this item. If council would like to see the item, I am willing to distribute it.
I was just going to say, nobody has seen this yet. I have not seen what is being brought forward, so I think we would have to recess to see what the urgent item is, and then we'll recompile. I guess we'll do the vote and then recompile from there.
Yep.
Okay, so
And-
it's just being passed out?
Yep, and for the audience, the official business is partial assignment of council decision EHS ground ambulance agreement, March 24th, 2026. This will require a 2/3 vote to be added to the agenda. And the motion is, whereas on March 21st, 2026, council directed the city manager to notify EHS Alberta that the city of Lethbridge did not agree to cover any additional costs associated with a new EMS ground ambulance agreement, choosing instead to preserve the city's right to participate in further negotiations and or request for proposals process. And whereas this March 24th, 2026 direction, clause number 2, form part of a broader 3-part strategy for the city to negotiate with EHS Alberta. And whereas the March 24th, 2026 clause number 2 has not been acted upon by the city manager. And whereas due to a procedural error, the city manager presented a motion related to this matter to the April 30th, 2026 CIC. Council had already provided direction, clause number 2, on the matter at its March 24th, 2026 meeting. And whereas since March 24th, 2026, City Council has continued to receive updated information from the City Manager as well as responses from EHS Alberta to questions and information requests from the City Council and administration, and whereas since March 24th, 2026, City Council has received feedback from residents expressing the importance and value of this service to the community, and whereas additional information and clarification regarding the implications of the proposed EMS ground ambulance agreement have become available since March 24th, 2026, and whereas given that March 24th, 2026 clause number 2 had not been acted upon, and that City Council retains the authority to rescind its previous direction. Therefore, be it resolved that Council rescind Clause 2 of its March 2024-2026 resolution as below. 2, strategically notify EHS Alberta that the City of Lethbridge does not agree in advance to cover any additional costs associated with the new EMS ground ambulance agreement while preserving the City's right to participate in further negotiations and or a request for proposals process. And further be it resolved that Council direct the City Manager to notify EHS Alberta that the City of Lethbridge accepts the EHS costing model and will agree in advance to deliver EMS at the EHS benchmark rate with any costs above that level becoming the responsibility of the City. Include within the base 2027 operating budget the $3.7 million ongoing budget process, and 3, include with the base 2028-2031 operating budget any inflationary or costs above the EHS benchmark rate. This is the motion I am asking to be added to the agenda as urgent business.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. And to Councillor Dodek. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Dodek.
Yeah, I have problems with some of the whereases, and I appreciate that they're setting the story. And like, for example, I don't agree that there has been additional information and clarification since March 24, 2026. What we have received since March 24, 2026 is a series of emails prompted by requests on social media from the IAFF to contact council. So I don't see that as being additional information. So I do have problems with the number of the whereases. I would suggest that all of the whereases be removed and only the operative clauses be included in the motion.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
And thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Dodek, for your comments on this. Right now, we're just voting on whether we will add this or not. Talking about the whereas clauses and changing the motion would happen during discussion of the motion.
All right, which requires a 2/3 to add to the agenda. So is there any further questions on this?
Clarification, just so if this passes, it goes to the agenda? And if it does not pass, then what happens then? Is it done?
No, it would go to a future meeting of council, which would be the next meeting of council. So
May 26th is the next regular scheduled council meeting, so it would automatically go on that agenda if it's not added today as urgent business.
Okay, so then it gets on the agenda, and then we vote on it during the meeting?
during the meeting, correct?
Okay.
Right.
To add, Madam City Clerk, it would come back, in fact, to the May 26th meeting, but also Clause 2 would then remain in place as active. Is that correct?
I would have to refer to city manager or CFO to answer that question about the timeline and date.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Mayor Higgin to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel in regards to that. Yes, so my understanding would be that Clause 2 from March 24th would still be in place, and based on some of our other components, may still be required administration to act upon.
Okay, and if we did bring this back for discussion on May 26th, is that still possible? Or we have until May 31st to respond to the province? Is the May 26th council meeting still workable for responding to the province?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I think on that one we would need to go back into closed.
So add it to, and so it's 2/3 to accept. Now, did you want to go into closed then, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
I'm happy to deal with this today. So
Okay.
happy to have it added and then address Councillor Dodek's concerns about the whereas clauses during a discussion today.
All right, and Deputy Mayor Dodek.
Just a question to the city clerk. The way it's set up, it appears to have two, therefore be it resolved clauses, but there's actually a number of items in there. Should this pass onto the agenda, that could be split at a request of council. A vote on each one could be split at the request of council.
So if you mean rescindment as motion part A and then the new direction as part B, yes. However, I will warn council, if the rescindment passes and the new direction fails, you can't go back to the old direction for 6 months.
Okay,
Council should be aware of that.
right, thank you.
Acting Mayor?
Thank you thank you very much, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that. I was actually planning on splitting that because as per section 176B of the procedure bylaw, and that is on page 35, only the portions of the motion are being considered for recession are before council, so we would need to divide that. What I did in this is I did the second active clause so that we could see the direction that we might be headed in. But yes, we would divide.
That's not correct. If we can just,
That section actually means we're only doing a portion of the motion of March 24th. We're only doing section 2. We're not looking at section 1 or 3. So that's what that section actually means.
All right, and as far as is splitting this, if it so passes and at the time, that can be discussed. So any further questions to add to the agenda? Or before, sorry, to vote on this to add to the agenda? No further questions? All right, all in favor? All right, 8-1 to add it to the agenda. All right.
Mayor Higgin, this will go as item 6.2. So that was an amendment to the agenda. I have another amendment to the agenda for council's consideration.
Okay, go ahead.
Administration would like to bring forward the 3 closed items, 14.1, Labor Relations Matter 1, 14.2, Labor Relations Matter 2, and 14.3, recommendation of the Community Issues Committee, EHS Ground Ambulance Agreement, prior to 6.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions with that? So again, we'll be adding official business from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, and that is, we'll go to 6.2. That is to be voted on the rescindment at that time. This isn't voting on the rescindment right now. This is to add it to the agenda. So that will be 6.2 on the agenda. If there's nothing further to add, I'll ask Councillor Parker. Question's been called. All in favor? In favor of the agenda as amended. Yeah. All right. It's unanimous. Thank you. Yes, and now we'll hop over to recognitions, and I'll start to my far right. Councillor Bieber.
I just want to give a quick note that the annual kidney walk is scheduled for Henderson Lake on May 23rd, with registration starting at 9 a.m. Their motto is behind every step, there's someone we walk for. And this national fundraiser this year has a goal of $2.6 million. And up till this month, it's already achieved 9% of its goal. And you can get more information at kidneywalk.ca. I also want to give my best wishes to Mike Stefancic, who is one of the city's best known and most well-loved horticulturists, who is leaving Lethbridge for Grand Cache to be closer to his family since the loss last year of his wife. A celebration is being held right now until actually 3 p.m., as his many friends say farewell. And so, like many in this community, I'm going to miss Mike, and I wish we could be there at the LSCO atrium to say goodbye to a dear friend of so many in this community.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Nothing today. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Councillor Doria.
I just want to congratulate the Southern Alberta Art Gallery. They had their live auction last May 2nd, and that they targeted that they can come up with 90,000 for their fundraising, and I think they got it. So congratulations to the SAAG.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Just congratulations to the University of Lethbridge on the announcements of their new sport dome. That was announced just over a week and a half ago. Special thank you to the Students' Union. I do believe they contributed $1.5 million to that project, and I do believe the City of Lethbridge contributed $200,000 through a grant. And it's going to be exciting. I do believe it's going to be complete in fall or actually August of 2027, so exciting times.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Dudek.
My recognition is to the 5 integrated fire EMS services in the province that didn't play the people will die card when the province announced a reduction in funding for ambulance services. The decision not to fearmonger demonstrated class to me.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize Al Bieber and I were at the McDonald's McHappy Day last week at the Crossings branch, raising money for Ronald McDonald House Fun Day, and it was wonderful people that run the McDonald's over there. I'm sure a lot of the other council members had done that, but it's always a great cause. Also, it's really one of those moments that was just really a cool moment was when the Whoop Up Days were being announced, all the events that were taking place. The man behind the announcements, Paul Kingsmith, who's been running the ship there with Whoop Up Days, he was surprised by receiving an honorary Blackfoot name, and he was genuinely shocked and humbled by it. It was really cool to see that. So congratulations to Paul Kingsmith. Also, Saturday was the annual Rita's Run. It's been going on for about 7 years. It's run by Sandra Asachuk, who's been doing it, like I said, for about 7 years, and they've raised almost $100,000, I believe, during the course of this run, which goes to mental health. And this year they would have raised close to about $30,000 again. And this year going to the Southern Alberta Self-Help Association, Sasha. So congratulations on another great cause here in Southern Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge a couple of new businesses that we were able to go and help with some ribbon cuttings, and acknowledging contributions of these businesses to our community. It's great to see new businesses opening up. The folks at Qualicare Home Care, they're doing great work in the community, and they offer great home care services, and just really great people to get to know and spend some time with. Also, we were over at Westwood Honda. Great to see their new shop. Very modern, very cool, and obviously a well-established business that does a lot for the community here, and we're glad to have them. And then, are we allowed to say happy birthdays? Happy birthday to the lady in blue and the man in blue and to Mr. Dodek tomorrow. So happy birthday to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wolf. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin. Congratulations to this year's Women of Distinction recipients, Caitlin Weaver, Darla Mohan, Danielle McIntyre, Jen Visser, Shanda Weber, and Lori Harrison. Thank you, ladies, for everything that you do in our city. You are what working together looks like for a brighter Lethbridge. Thank you to Environment Lethbridge for hosting Reuse Rendezvous this past Saturday. I know we had a successful day. At our house, we had everything picked up and gone by 2 p.m. And now I'm combing the house for more items for the next Reuse Rendezvous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity of going over to Tim Hortons to do the smile cookie decorating, and I think after a few times, I'm actually getting pretty good at the smiles. If anybody had a frown one out there, it's obviously probably an error of mine, as it takes quite the, you got to keep that stuff pretty warm and stuff so you can decorate these cookies. But it's not about how they are decorated, but the cause that they went to, and that was for Green Shirt Day. So huge shout out to that organization for the help there, as well as McHappy Days. Thanks for all those that were there. I had the opportunity to work the drive-through window. It was rather exciting. It's different. It took me back to the days when I had actually one of the first ones that opened up the McDonald's here on Scenic Drive, and so it was took me back to I guess that would be like 88, so a few days ago. And last but not least, to Bridget Mearns. I was going to say Councillor Mearns, but Bridget Mearns, she's going to be leaving her role at Build Lethbridge, and I want to give just a huge shout out to her. With her next ventures, and she did an amazing job for that organization. So huge shout out to Ms. Mearns for that. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Have a mover from Councillor Doria. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings of City Council be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. City Council meeting from April the 28th, 2026, and further be resolved the City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for May 12th, 2026 with the following amendment. That the long-term financial sustainability framework item be deferred from the June 16th, 2026 Community Issues meeting to the September 22nd, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting, and further be resolved the City Council approve the following Community Issues Committee recommendation. And that's 4.3, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, Tax and Assessment Notices Report. And be it resolved the City Council direct administration to implement option 2 for the tax notice enhancements reflecting the no-cost option. And number 2, direct administration to maintain the current format of the assessment notice option 3 with no changes at this time. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager, we're looking at the deferral. Why the delay in that item coming back to CIC?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. In that regard, this is one of the items that unfortunately has to be put on hold just for the work that we got, the extra work we've been doing on EHS. So we need the extra time to push it to the forward. We just didn't have enough resources to do both things.
Thank you very much. And then for clarification for the audience, when we're looking at the implementation of option 2, under the tax assessment notices, those can be found on pages 85 of 186 and 87 and 88 of 186. I just know that I had to dig through a little bit looking for the page numbers to make sure I knew exactly which attachments those were. So I thought I'd share that.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, to Councillor Doria.
If there's no further clarifications, I call for a vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. I have a resolution from Councillor Crozon confirming Council's confidence in the Lethbridge Public Library, its board and staff. Whereas the City of Lethbridge successfully and well operated the Lethbridge Public Library on behalf of the residents of Lethbridge since 1919. And whereas the City of Lethbridge is the primary funder and governance authority for the Lethbridge Public Library, providing 85% of its annual operating funding. And whereas the City of Lethbridge Library Board, comprised of public members of the community and appointed by this council, has full management and control over library operations under Alberta's Libraries Act, including collection, development, service delivery, and local policy. And whereas Bill 28, the Municipal Affairs and Housing Statutes Amendment Act 2026, proposes to give the Minister of Municipal Affairs new powers to inspect public libraries, make regulations governing access to and borrowing of library materials, and issue directives to library boards, responsibilities that currently rest with locally appointed boards and trained library professionals. And whereas these proposed changes were introduced without reasonable consultation with the library sector, municipalities, or the community that fund and depend on public library services, and whereas the proposed legislation would impose significant new operational requirements on libraries, including physical separation of materials, age verification, parental consent, administration, and inspection readiness without any new provincial funding. And whereas the council believes that decisions about library services are best made at a local level by the boards and professionals who understand the needs of their communities. And now further be resolved, the City Council affirm its confidence of the Lethbridge Public Library, or City of Lethbridge Library Board and its professional staff to manage library collections and services in accordance with existing legislation, board policies, and community standards, and request that Mayor Hagan, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to express concern regarding the public library provisions of Bill 28 and their potential impact on local governance, library operations, patron privacy, and the quality of library services in Lethbridge, and encourage the Government of Alberta to engage in direct structured consultation with the coalition of Alberta Public Libraries, municipalities, and library boards before finalizing any regulations or guidelines under Bill 28. And number 3, request the Government of Alberta to ensure that any operational requirements imposed on public libraries are accompanied by dedicated provincial funding. And number 4, directs administration to send a copy of this resolution and the letter to be drafted to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Premier, the local MLAs, Alberta municipalities, and the rural municipalities of Alberta. And open it up for any questions. Sorry, we can't have any questions from the gallery. Thank you. Councillor Crozon, did you have a question? Sorry. All right. And so to open debate, Councillor Crozon.
I think this is quite self-explanatory. We stand behind our library. We support the volunteers that we actually read their resumes. We review them, we interview them, and we choose the library board. And for the last several years, we've unanimously voted in our library board who governs our Lethbridge Public Library. They are responsible then for governing. They have policies that oversee. In the last 10 years, the library has only had 5 complaints. 2 have resulted in the library making changes, but they have very strong policies and procedures, and they are running a very strong library here in Lethbridge. They've been doing it well since 1919. And any new proposed legislation This seems very broad, and if there are changes that are going to result in costs being added, is the province going to step up and fund those? Because right now, as I said in my motion, we're 85% of the funding, and this is just to reconfirm that we support our library. We appreciate what the library board, a group of volunteers, are doing on behalf of the residents. We appreciate what our professional library staff are doing, and we are reconfirming and reaffirming our support for them with this motion.
Anyone else to add to that? Councillor Wolf?
Thank you. So here we are again where we're put into a situation where somehow it looks to me like we're expected to be qualified adjudicators of a provincial policy. And I don't feel qualified to adjudicate or judge provincial policy. So do we have any idea of what the board and what the library has done to advocate directly to the province and to the local MLAs?
Councillor Crowson?
We do have members of the library board here, if you'd like to ask them directly. I mean, that would be something they could answer. Certainly, they are working with the Coalition of Alberta Public Libraries, and certainly they have, as a group, reached out. But we do have the library chair here, if you would like to ask her that question directly.
Sure, that'd be great.
If you don't mind coming up and asking.
Okay, we just have to get consent of council. Everyone is fine with that? All right, sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council and Honourable Councillor Wolf. So the library board is a member of the Coalition of Alberta Public Libraries, which is advocating on behalf of over 300 libraries in Alberta, which are raising concerns about the legislation. We have also met individually with both MLAs relevant to Lethbridge. So that is Lethbridge, Mr. Rob Mirashiro, and then the Honourable Mr. Nathan Neudorf. So we are doing everything we can to be heard. But I wanted, if I may, to address your concern about are we qualified to... I believe you are. I believe you are. I think the reason that it's being brought forward to you in this way is you have been voted in by the residents of Lethbridge to speak on our behalf. And I would encourage you in this moment to follow your heart and your conscience and to follow the mandate the citizens have given you, which is to share your view. And so I would encourage you to do that today and vote as you feel appropriate.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
So I am 1,000% in favor of having a vote here that demonstrates our support and our approval of the fine work these folks do. Is it able to separate it out where we vote on whether or not we want to send a letter? I'm not super jazzed about sending a letter where we as a council say, you know what, we don't think you guys have done your work on this policy. We don't think you know what you're doing. Listen to us. I'm struggling to find our qualification to do that. I think we should show by whatever way possible our support of what the great work these folks do, but to go and then tell the government that we think they're fundamentally flawed, I don't know that that's...
Okay, we need to have decorum, please, in the gallery. Thank you. Okay, actually, I do have a question, if I can, for the chair, if I could. As I read through this and through Bill 28, can you give me 3 or 4, 5 things that are that you struggle with within that bill? Itemized things. You don't have to go into details, just itemized things, what you have issues with.
Bill 28 is going to ask the library to do is fundamentally shift major sections of our collection. And it starts off with the premise that we all generally agree with that children should not access explicit material. There's no contest there. We agree, which is why the library has been intelligently arranged for decades. What we see in our library is that this is not an issue. And I think that's part of what Councillor Crowson spoke of when she said in the past 10 years, we've only had 5 complaints. We have robust policies. The library has been arranged in an intelligent way. What Bill 28 is going to do is force us to basically put major parts of the collection behind the counter, come up with some sort of physical barrier, and then we're going to put librarians in the position of being like, can I see your ID, please? So we're going to have librarians assessing individual patrons' ages before they can cross the barrier. So this is going to cause major restructuring of the physical spaces in our building. When the minister first...
So can I just to ask, if I could, a question to that. So currently right now, a young child could go in, even if they're separated, could go to that section and find that book.
So right now, there are no like physical restrictions on the collection.
No restrictions for young kids, okay?
But the library does have policies to address this. So children under the age of 10 are subject to the unaccompanied children's policy. As a board, we believe that parents are the best people to assess what their children should be accessing. And we have relied, as we have for decades, that parents will go with their children to the library and that they will be the final authority on what their children see. What Bill 28 is doing is deciding that parents can't do that on their own and that the government is going to do it for them, but also that every single user of the library, who may be an adult or otherwise, also needs to establish that they're over 16 years of age to access materials. There are other concerns. The government is appointing or giving the minister the authority to appoint an inspection team. So when you talk about expenses, there's now going to be a 12-person inspection team that is going to be given broad powers to review what the library policy, basically to inspect the library, and that hasn't been fully explained what that oversight is going to be. One of the things we know that they're going to have is the power to inspect any record in the library, which presumably would mean anybody's personal reading history. The other thing that Bill 28 is going to do is it's going to make the minister the final authority on any complaint. So in the past, in Lethbridge, if you had a complaint, it would fall to the policies that had been set out by the board, and it would be addressed to library staff and ultimately to the CEO. If you weren't satisfied, it would come to the board, and the board would adjudicate. But now, the minister is granting himself the authority to be the final arbiter on what happens in every individual library, but in Lethbridge. And he is not part of our community. And there's this really big, far-reaching... Basically, what the government is doing is they are removing the authority of you as council to have the final say on what happens at the library, because you decide right now based on the board that you appoint. So what they're doing is they're fixing a problem that doesn't exist. Just because children can theoretically access this material, there's no evidence that they are. So we're going to have this hugely expensive process where we have to evaluate the entire collection, hide half of it behind the counter. We're going to have to move the counter. We're going to have to put barriers in place. We're also expected to do this digitally. Our collection, so far as I am led to believe, can't even be limited digitally in the way that the minister is asking. Instead of providing programming, we're going to have librarians checking ID on children who may not even have ID. Because before you're the age of 16, you may not have an Alberta's driver's license. And then there's all just the intellectual freedom barriers that come along with whenever you put something behind an obstacle. We're sending a message about what is and what is not acceptable and who views that content and who views that material. At the same time, you have the government appointing inspection boards, and potentially peering into the records of your citizens and the minister being the final arbiter of library complaints.
Thank you, because I want to be perfectly clear here. Potentially, they could look at the information just as our administration could look at all of your information that you have out there, but we hope that that doesn't happen. So I just want to make sure that you're not saying they will look in. They potentially, like anybody could within the city of Lethbridge, access. Or so in addition to that, I see that you said that it'll be a big barrier. You're going to have to put a lot of these books. So is it fair to say that there's many books that should not be accessed by these kids? Like if you need to have this large area that you're talking about?
I think the full impact will only be known once the regulations are completed. At this time, what they've identified is that anything with visual depictions of sexually explicit actions, and so that can cover graphic novels, fine art, DVDs, video games, anything that ask a lawyer and you're going to get an answer, it depends. Part of it is it depends on how that's interpreted. But right now, like, kids can go to bookstores and bookstores have the same stuff we have. And the government is not regulating bookstores, they're regulating libraries.
Thank you. I do have other questions. I have more, but I'll turn to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back to that question about writing the letter to the minister. I think the point here, and we got a little bit off topic, but the point here is that this is our opportunity to talk to the minister and get at the table. So the regulations have not been written for around library operations. The regulations have not been written yet. So this gives us an opportunity to get to the table, to get our library experts at the table and get their input on this. And that's our decision, and that particularly goes back to your statement, Councillor Wolf, that we trust these folks and we want them at that table. So we can, express concern regarding the public library provisions of Bill 28, get our folks to the table. They can talk about potential impact on local governments, library operations, patron privacy, and the quality of library services in Lethbridge. And then they can also act as our voice to encourage the government of Alberta to engage and be direct with them. Make sure we are seeing that structured consultation with Coalition of Alberta Public Libraries, municipalities, and library boards before finalizing any regulations or guidelines. So I actually see this as our opportunity to step up and make sure that our library is in front of the provincial government and making the argument and having that input into the regulations around Bill 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. So sorry, I just want to make sure I understand something. There was something, where'd that young lady go? There was something about 10-year-olds. So what happens to an 11-year-old? They can get anything they want in the library? I just want to make sure I understand. Well, no. Because I guess what I'm concerned with is,
Can I? We've got a lot of questions going on here, and I'm just wondering if this is something that can be. I'm going to have a motion to postpone this to a future meeting because there's to a CIC, so we can actually have folks come forward and speak and not come directly to council. So I would like to make a suggestion that we put that off to a community issues committee meeting so we can engage with the public on this.
Before you do that,
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Crowson.
we are not discussing whether or not their policies are appropriate or not. We're discussing whether or not they should talk to us before they create the policies. We're asking, can you talk to us before you bring in something that could cost us again? What policies, what reviews are you going to have? What triggers inspection? Who pays for this? How are you going to ID people? These are the questions we have because they're bringing in something that they have not talked to us about. And this is a letter simply saying, can you sit down and talk to us before you bring in the regulations on this? Because we are the ones who are going to be impacted. We have run a library very well for 107 years. And what we are saying in this letter is simply, please sit down with us and talk to us before you create the regulations. We need to know and we need to have a conversation with you from a governance level and from public library level before you pass these things, because we have a great many questions, and all this letter is requesting is please talk to us, the people who've been running this library, the people who have been funding this library, before you move ahead. So we are not trying to get into the details of 10 or 11, those sorts of things. We are simply saying we have a library that ourselves have 250,000 resources in this library. Wouldn't it make sense to have these conversations before you pass any of the regulations instead of afterwards? That's all the letter is asking them, is please talk to the people who have been doing this work before you move ahead.
Thank you. I'm just chatting with the city clerk regarding just a day to put this to community issues, because I do have questions, and I'm not prepared to vote on it right now without engaging with and having my questions answered. So I think it's important to bring it to a CIC. And I'd like to bring that forward, that we refer this to the June 2nd? June 2nd? 16th? I don't know if you want to do May 19th. Or May the 19th. Could just want to take just a minute to recess, Ryan, so we can find a date. All right. Thank you. I want to refer this to July 7th CIC because we do have on June the 9th, the library orientation we're actually having together on June the 9th. So it gives us an opportunity to speak with the library and then later engage with the public on July the 7th. And so at the CIC on July the 7th. So that's what I'd like to refer. Any questions on the Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Thank you very much for this, Mr. Mayor. Nothing stops any member of council from sending a letter on their own, though. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as I would say, the library probably should too, and any member of the community for sure. No questions on that? Okay.
If you're bringing forward the motion, he has to chair.
I'm just doing a referral. I'm not bringing
That's still
forward
a motion. He has to chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Dodick. It's on the bottom of the screen there.
All right, moved by Mayor Higgin. Be it resolved that City Council refer this matter to the Community Issues Committee meeting of July 7, 2026. Any questions? Can you debate this?
Can debate, yep, the time.
Okay, are there any debates? No debates? Mayor?
I've already given the reason for it. Gives us the opportunity to speak with the library board as well as with the rest of the community as a full meeting rather than just bringing something without getting engagement from the community.
All right, call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
Okay, okay.
Carries 5-4.
All right, I have a resolution from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel that we enter closed session. Be it resolved that we do now enter a closed meeting at 1:24 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 14.1 and 14.2 as per section 29, and 14.3 as per section 29 advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Please, you can, okay, I'm going to take a moment just to talk about what CICs are about and what council is about. So, and what closed sessions are about. Actually, the closed session, we go into closed sessions to talk about items if it's either a land, legal, or a labor issue. That is, we're bound by the Municipal Government Act to speak in closed sessions about those items. So when we leave to go into closed sessions, there's nothing nefarious about it. It's we're going in to talk about items that we're not allowed or legal to talk about in public. So that's why we're going into a session similar to right now. Majority of those items do come public in time, but there's nothing that we go to closed session to not hear from the community. It's because it's legally, we need to do that. So thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Yes. City Clerk? Okay. Everybody can stay in the gallery. We will be going upstairs. Motion to go into closed.
All in favor?
As per that, sorry.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to public hearings. And just for those that are in the gallery to understand, there is public hearings now that are scheduled for 3 p.m. So it'll be public hearings, at which time after we go back into closed session. So I just want to let everybody know it's going to be a while before we're back down here to discuss what I'm sure many of you are here to discuss. So just to let you know. So starting off with bylaw 6522, land use bylaw amendment 1330 Abitibi Road West and 1025 30th Street West. I call a public hearing for bylaw 6522 land use bylaw amendment re 1330 Abitibi Road West and 1025 30th Street West. The procedure for this hearing will be, we begin calling on Kurt Fisher, Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this bylaw will then be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation on this. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So I now call on Mr. Kurt Fisher to provide background to the case.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My presentation today is for, as you mentioned, a proposed land use bylaw amendment for 2 properties, 1330 Abitibi Road West and 1025 30th Street West. So the purpose of the rezoning is to redesignate a portion of the property at 1330 Abitibi Road West from PB to RCL, and to redesignate a portion of the property at 1025 30th Street West from RCL to RL, both to allow for low-density residential development at both locations. The applicant is also here in attendance today as well. So the 2 proposed amendment areas are located in the Gary Station neighborhood, as shown on these maps here. This is a view of the west side of the amendment area, located at 1025 30th Street West. And here is a picture of the same amendment area from the north, standing adjacent to the apartment site in the northeast of Gary Station. Here's a view of the second amendment area taken from Abitibi Road West, looking towards the subject parcel, and you can see the school behind it as well. So to provide you some background, this rezoning includes 2 amendment areas. The first is 1025 30th Street West. This area is undeveloped and is located on the far east side of Gary Station, adjacent to Métis Trail, and is surrounded by a low-density residential and a multifamily site as well. The landowner would like to rezone this area to allow for more flexible low-density residential uses, including single-detached dwellings, duplexes, and potentially for secondary suites in appropriate locations. The second area, 1330 Abitibi Road West, this is an amendment area that is a small area left over from the subdivision of the West Cooley Elementary School site. The developer's intentions are to construct a single detached dwelling on the site. So as I mentioned, the applicant is proposing to rezone the First Amendment area from RCL to RL, which allows for more flexible, low-density residential development, including the single detached dwellings, as well as duplexes, which are permitted use, and secondary suites, which are discretionary use. The proposed rezoning for 1330 Abitibi Road West will eliminate the split zoning on the parcel and allow for the subsequent subdivision and development of a single detached dwelling. City staff have reviewed the proposal and have not identified any issues with the rezoning. So this slide here shows the proposed land use redesignation for 1025 30th Street West, from the existing RCL district, as you can see in the map on the left, to the proposed RL district on the right. As you can see, the proposed RL district is consistent with the low-density zoning in the surrounding area, which is predominantly RCL and RM. This slide here shows the proposed land use redesignation for 1330 Abitibi Road West from the existing PB district on the left to the proposed RCL district as seen on the right. As you can see, the proposed RCL district is also consistent with the other low-density residential districts, and there is RCL directly adjacent to it as well. So the proposed land use bylaw amendment aligns with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan in relation to these strategies listed here. And bylaw 6522 is also in line with our municipal development plan, specifically with the policies listed here on the slide. So the amendment area is located generally in this location of the West Lethbridge Phase 2 area structure plan, and the proposed development aligns with the land use concept of that plan, which identifies the area for low-density residential development. More specifically, the amendment areas are also located in the Gary Station Outline Plan, as shown in the circles on the map. And the outline plan identifies each site for low-density residential development, which is defined as including single detached dwellings, duplexes, and secondary suites. The proposed land uses in the RCL and the RL districts are compliant with the low-density residential uses listed in the Gary Station Outline Plan. So for notifications, I've mailed letters to the 2 adjacent landowners shown in the green hatched areas on the map. Advertisements also appeared in the Lethbridge Herald on those dates and also on the city's website. And as of today, I've not received any questions or any concerns from anyone regarding the rezoning. So in conclusion, the proposed bylaw aligns with all statutory plans and would allow for continued low-density residential development in the Gary Station. And our department's recommendations at the bottom of the slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Now, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter, Bylaw 6522? For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter, Bylaw 6522? Right, hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenter. So I have nobody in my queue, and so with that, there's no questions. I will call this public hearing closed. The public hearing will be closed and the matter will be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. To Bylaw 6523, Amendment to Bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan. I now call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 6523, Amendment to Bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan. The procedure for this hearing we'll begin by calling on Mr. Fisher again, Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. I'll ask if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So with that, I'll call again on Mr. Fisher to provide background to the case.
All right, thanks again, Your Worship. Long time no see. So this presentation is for a proposed amendment to our municipal development plan. The proposed MDP amendment is being brought forward by our Planning and Design Department, and there's 2 reasons that we're proposing this amendment. The first is to ensure that the MDP complies with the new provincial requirements regarding land ownership of new school sites. And the second is to effort to ensure that the city's municipally funded assets remain within the city's, remain with the city for the community's use. So here's an overview of the legislation that allows for reserves to be taken for school sites. So the MGA requires reserve land, or money in place of reserves, to be taken for subdivisions larger than 2 acres. This is typically taken at the subdivision stage for many of our newer communities at the outline plans, in the outline plan areas. The MGA also allows for reserves to be taken as municipal reserve, which is MR, school reserve, which is SR, or municipal and school reserve, which is MSR. The MGA also allows council to create a bylaw to require these reserves, and in Lethbridge, this is our municipal development plan. So to give you some context on how we've worked to provide land for school sites in the past in Lethbridge, we've always worked closely with the school boards to find an appropriate site for their needs. And the process has relied on a strong cooperative working relationship with the schools and also with our development community, as they're the ones that often provide that site for the schools. So our process followed the rules set out in the MGA and in the MDP, but there was no formal agreement set out as of yet. The way the process has worked up until now is when a school board notifies us that they need land for a new school, the city would work with the internal stakeholders and the school boards in the development industry to find an appropriate site. The city would ensure proper zoning, and at subdivision stage, they would register the land as MR or MSR and hold that land until the school is ready to build. Once the schools receive their funding and they're ready to build, the city works closely with the school board to oversee the design of the school site and determines how much reserve land will be needed for the school building envelope. So that school building envelope, that means the school building itself, the parking lot, and sometimes the playground as well. But it does not include the playing fields. So this determines the size of the land that the school will need. Then the city will subdivide and dedicate the portion of the land for the school's needs as SR, School Reserve, while the remainder of the land will be dedicated as either MR, which is registered in the city's name only, or MSR, which is jointly titled between the city and the school, relative the school board. So this has been our process for providing reserve land for future schools. But however, as you know, the province has mandated that we formalize this process and create a joint use planning agreement called JUPA for short. So we've been working with the school boards in Lethbridge over the last year and a half to create this agreement and to comply with that requirement from the province. So I'll just quickly walk you through an example of how this process has worked in the past. So this is an example from the West Cooley Elementary School in Gary Station. So during the subdivision of Gary Station neighborhood, the city required this reserve land from the developer and held it as reserve, specifically as municipal school reserve, until the school board was ready. At the time, we knew that this was going to be a school site, so this was held jointly between the city and the school board. The entire school site was held as MSR until the school was ready. Once the school board confirmed to us that they had funding and that they were ready to move forward, we began working with them on identifying how much land they needed for the school building envelope. Again, that's the school building, the parking lot, and the school playground. The site was then subdivided into school reserve, SR, and municipal and school reserve, MSR, as you can see. These are the subdivision plans here. So SR is for the school's uses and needs, and MSR is for both the school and community uses, and it does include the playing fields. So what has changed is that the province has made legislative amendments last year, which will now require that all future school building projects will be owned by the province and leased to the school authorities. And this only applies to new schools as of 2025, so not retroactively to old schools, or existing schools, I should say. So there's two implications for us as a result of this that require us to amend our MDP. The first is we need to amend the MDP to reflect that change in the ownership structure that the province has mandated. And the second is to, in light of the province's desire to own new school sites, we're proposing to amend the MDP reserves policies to state our intention that it's in the community's best interest that the city try to retain ownership of the remaining reserve land. And we feel it's important to clarify this, as the city is often the one that pays for the construction and the maintenance of the associated fields on the remaining reserve land. So here are the proposed amendments to the MDP. The first amendment would clarify the intended ownership of SR parcels by requiring SR lands to be transferred eventually to the province. Our joint use planning agreement that we are working on will specify the process and the steps of how that will actually be transferred to the province in more detail. There's also a minor clarification in policy 104 that to make the use of MSR optional for those remaining reserve lands. And then currently, one of the objectives of MSR is to work with the school boards to meet the needs of the community. The last amendment would transfer this objective to municipal reserve, the objectives for municipal reserve. So this would mean that we would use municipal reserve for the remainder of the reserve land, not MSR. And only using MR would ensure that the city is the only registered owner for that property. So we've reviewed this with the city staff, with our Parks and Recreation Department, and also with the 3 school districts in the city, and neither have expressed, neither the school boards or the Parks and Recreation Department have any concerns with this proposal. We also did circulate to the county as well as per our requirements in the IDP, and advertisements also appeared in the Lethbridge Herald for this one as well, and also on the website. So looking back at the Gary Station School example, this is what the result will be for the future school sites going forward if council approves this bylaw. The remaining reserve land for school sites will only be dedicated as municipal reserve. So the proposed MDP amendments align with the legislation in the Municipal Government Act and the amended Education Act as well. And in conclusion, the bylaw aligns with new provincial legislation and would ensure we are compliant with the province's ownership structure for new schools. And it would also clarify our intention to remain the owner of the remaining reserve land for new school sites, which contain the playing fields, because these are funded by the city. And our department's recommendations at the bottom of the slide for you to see as well. That concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, and any members of the public wish to make a presentation on this matter? And a third and final time, any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Seeing none, it's now time to go to City Council, ask questions of the presenters. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just to confirm, Mr. Fisher, That SRMR, all our reserves, none of them pay taxes, so under that, they'd all be tax exempt because they're all public lands.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Croson. I think I'll refer that to our city treasurer.
My apologies, I would caught you off guard there.
They're all tax exempt is what I'm saying. Doesn't matter which way we go, they'd all be tax exempt.
Sorry, yes. Yes, I believe so.
So in that way, they're all the same. The real difference is MR stays under our control.
That's correct.
SR is under provincial control. We want to keep as much of this land under community Lethbridge control as possible. So this is why we're making this suggestion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to clarify.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. I see no further questions in the queue. So hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Actually, all right. With that, Jim. All right, moved by Councillor Wolf that we enter closed session. Be it resolved that we now enter a closed session at 3:21 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3 only. We've discussed 14.1 and 14.2. I'm sorry, do we have, okay. All right, we'll move with second and third reading for the bylaws 6522 prior to going to closed. So if you've got that change, Ryan, thank you. So Councillor Croson, do you want to move this? All right, Councillor Croson. Bylaw 6522, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 1330, Abitibi Road West and 1025 30th Street West for second reading. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6522, Land Use Bylaw Amendment read 1330, Abitibi Road West and 1025 30th Street West give second reading. Councillor Croson.
Well, we all just sat through the public hearing. 1025 makes perfect sense, right? We're just taking that land that wasn't used for the school and allowing them to build a house, which yay, we need more houses. And the other one is just readjusting some of the density there so they can build slightly different housing there. I hope my colleagues will support this.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved bylaw 6522, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 1330, Abitibi Road West and 1025 30th Street West be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Croson.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And for, can I get a mover for bylaw 6523? Councillor Campbell? Thank you. Amendment to bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6523, amendment to bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan be given second reading. Councillor Campbell?
We just heard why. Call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6523, amendment to bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell?
Call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And if we enter a closed session at 3:24 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 14.3 as per section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Wolf.
Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And we are in close. Thank you. All right, move on to 6.2, official business. And we heard earlier, if we put it on the screen, Ryan, the motion that was read by Councillor or Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel regarding the OBM of partial rescindment of council decision EHS ground ambulance agreement. And it does require a 2/3 vote to pass, but I'll start with questions and then we'll have Councillor Schmidt-Rempel open that debate. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I guess if I can ask, just as we discuss about what we have before us here, is I want to have a complete understanding about how maintaining what we have, or what the offer was from the province to maintain our what we have right now with our integrated EMS, why it is not sustainable. If Mr. Matthews, you can kind of make it crystal clear.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Maybe I might get help from Mr. Weston to, if you could bring up slide 15 from that April 30th presentation. While he's doing that, I'll start off. So just as for council members' recollection, back in April 30th, administration brought forward the recommendation to decline the EHS's offer. And as many of you note, I also said because it's not financially sustainable for us going further into that. One of the things with the new contract, the actual dropping or lowering to their benchmark cost, the actual funding that we receive compared to the costs of running our operations is one of the primary components. So you see on the slide before you that our costs in 2026 to run operations is $20.8 million. What the province is offering, the maximum amount, is $14.5 million. So that is a significant difference in the amount of funding. So that's, as you can see on the screen, $6.3 million of amount. Now, of course, prior to even with the existing contract, there was already a differential in there of $3.5 million that the city was funding on it, and this is going to escalate that cost by another $3.7 million. So if you go to the slide on the same period, which would be, I think, slide 22. So Councillor Campbell, in regards to that, I'll just wait for slide 20. There we go. So in slide 22, what it's showing now from those cost pieces for ourselves, so that green line is $3.5 million that the city is currently funding EMS operations on this. From municipal tax support, that will increase up to by an additional 3.7 million or to 7.2 million by 2027. That's that 1.8% we were talking about. And then, of course, it continues to increase each year after that. And that is with inflationary components that you will see that we're factoring in along the way to understand that we know that the costs are going to greatly exceed the benchmark, which means that it starts becoming financially, not sustainable anymore for us when you start looking at all the other pressures. And if Council recollects on April 30th, I also did a presentation on all the other pressures that are coming along. So it's just not EHS. Unfortunately, the citizens are going to see a number of pressures for 2027. And we're also figuring that will continue on in 2028, 2029. What we've heard from Council is loud and clear. That we need to try to do things to mitigate that as best as possible, knowing that our inflationary pressures are still continuing for municipal core services. And of course, this is a contractual relationship, not a municipal core service.
Can you, the first slide that you brought up there, if we can go back to that, Mr. Westerson?
So that would be slide.
Did you say
15? Yeah.
50. Very far off. All right. On that, I'm seeing that a majority is wages and benefits to continue. So obviously, if you've looked through the mechanism that is the delivery service that the government is wanting to go with, could you tell me is there similar wage costs that if it's delivered from them as it is to us? Are we higher than the average in Alberta?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So by the slide in itself, from the information we've received from EHS Alberta on the one side there, what you'll see is the wages and benefits within their benchmark rate is $11.5 million for the same service we'd run. So that is our 7 full-time equivalent ambulances compared to 7 full-time equivalent ambulances in our world, which costs us the $16.2 million of wages and benefits. So there is, based on the information they've provided so far, that is the standard cost for wages and so forth for their whole service divided by the number of ambulances across the province, giving us that rate. So from that point of view, we're in the 40 to 42% higher in value than the benchmark rates. There is specific other pieces, that go into between the collective agreements between what's in EHS and IAFF components, when it comes to rate differentials as well. This is broader because this actually takes into more things inside of there. So this concludes not only paramedic wages, this would also be staffing wages, support, administrative staffing, supervisor staffing wages, and so forth when it comes to between the two in both instances on both sides there. So it's just not just that, but the primary amount inside of this would be between IFF rates and HSA rates.
When you looked in this to make your recommendation previously, did you take into account some of the economies of scale that possibly the province has as far as they might be purchasing 100 ambulances as opposed we might be 2 or 3? Is there different in cost there as well if we don't have that buying power?
Definitely. If you look on that slide there, you'll see that the very top portion, you can see that for us, the non-wage related is the $4.6 million per year in 2026, and it's $3.1 million from the information on their benchmark side. That would include things like those medical, pharmaceutical supplies and different things that the ambulances use. It has other costs inside of there as well too on maintenance and components there. The truth that when we look at this, is economies and scale differences between what, if you look at it from the old world of AHS, the buying power of the total province in healthcare, I guess is a better way of saying it nowadays, between all the different pillars, they can buy things at a scale that we can't buy through our procurement process. So medical costs and supplies are much higher in our costs than they are in EHS.
And just to finalize this, do we get paid, or do we receive compensation as a contractor for some of these things? I know not for ambulances because we're purchasing them, but for buying prescription medication, et cetera, that's all separate. We pay what we do. We're not part of their buyer group.
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So you're correct. We're not part of the buyer group. We do our own procurement pieces. When we were talking with administration and EHS, they did ask us, or did have a conversation around there might be a possibility in the future, but there is no, they mentioned, we asked that question and there's complications on their side to be able to allow that. That being said, the only funding we receive for those costs currently is our current agreement and the billing revenues. Within the new agreement, it's this $14.5 million.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I'll pop out. Councillor Parker.
Very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your patience, everyone. My question is to our administration. There's been this message to the community that we're getting out of the business. We don't want to be doing this anymore. We don't value this integrated service and all that. Collectively, as an organization, we are still trying to work with the province to deliver the integrated service in our community with the province. Is that our goal and our objective?
Thank you, Councillor Parker. That is correct. So whatever council's decision is today, we're still working with the province on it there. And even if it was, based on our recommendation to decline it, that there's still a whole procurement process that would be going on inside of that as well. So the decision today is based on the alternatives that were provided by the province of whether we accept or decline this costing model. It doesn't mean that we won't have further conversations if council declines it. There's further conversations inside of that in regards to the, their procurement process and so forth. You go into a different stream.
Okay, so the terms "give the keys back" is a complete fallacy, and it's misrepresentative of what we're doing.
So at this stage here, what that would be is that we would be looking at continuing negotiation if that's what council directs us to do. And so, I mean, council, as we go through the whole process, don't know where the outcome of, as I mentioned before, if we don't accept, the risk is that you go to an R5 process, whether you accept it in that, or you go through a direct service delivery could be an option for the province as well. However, for our purposes as administration, and unless council directed us otherwise, we would be continuing to work with EHS on it.
Okay, so my last question then is, if we did rescind this and end up voting, that takes up a lot of our leverage away, and it's pretty much the city of Lethbridge is is pretty much on the bill. They have to pay the bill for that extra service ongoing.
Yes, so basically from that point of view, if you accept it here, they would go into a sole source agreement automatically. The only negotiation pieces wouldn't be on the costing model because you'd be accepted that. It would be on other items of operational nature, but not the costing. You've accepted the cost, and any difference from what their 14.5 million would be the responsibility of the city to pay.
And last part, and if we say no to rescinding, it gives you an options to keep our integrated system moving forward and keeping the conversation with the province, correct?
That's our hope.
Thank you.
So, question I would have, Mr. Matthews, I'll let you have a drink and wet your palate here first, but if you want. So really, there's two parts to this, and this is what any of the calls that I've received, I've explained. This is not a vote against our integrated services. This is a vote to not accept what the province is passing down to us. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay. Later will be the focus on integrated services and keeping that integrated services working together with the province to continue that within the city of Lethbridge.
That's right. It just goes through a different process. You're not accepting immediately their cost structure and going to a sole source procurement process. You're going to a competitive process or direct service delivery, depending on what they do.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I see no further questions in the queue, so to open debate, I'll go to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for our staff for being patient and explaining everything with us. Certainly thank you to everybody who stuck through this afternoon and are here to hear the rest of this. At the May 5th special meeting, I brought forward a motion to postpone today's item 8.1 as I was bringing forward a rescindment motion for March 24th's Clause 2 direction, which was strategically notify EHS Alberta that the City of Lethbridge does not agree in advance to cover any additional costs associated with a new EMS ground ambulance agreement while preserving the city's right to participate in further negotiations and/or a request for proposals process. This is that rescindment motion. Council provided this direction to administration on ground ambulance service at the March 24th meeting. It was part of a three-part strategy to negotiate with the province on ground ambulance service. As of May 5th, that direction had not been acted upon, and over the past 7 weeks now, Council has had the opportunity to hear from the community and receive additional information. And as we saw at the Community Issues Committee meeting on April 30th, some of us had changed our mind. That was demonstrated in the 5-4 vote. We may see others change their minds today. We've received additional information on the province's position, and we've also heard how the community values the current integrated service. There's absolutely no question that we've got a difficult decision here before us today. Around this table, colleagues have told me that they've felt bullied over this past week, that they're afraid of the backlash from the community. There are concerns about what the additional costs will be and how they will explain an increase in taxes to our residents. It's a tough decision, and I feel like around this table we can at least agree that we want what's best for our residents. I would share that we've actually been presented with an opportunity. In front of us, we have a fire and EMS service model that provides a high level of care, improves coordination during emergencies, and reflects the needs of a growing regional hub that benefits residents beyond the boundaries of our city. Research shows that health and survival outcomes under this integrated research shows better health and survival outcomes under this integrated service, and we know that our service is one of the highest ranked in the world. And somehow we seem ashamed of this gold level service for our residents, when in fact we should be celebrating it and doing everything we can to keep it. Research shows that medical responsiveness is widely considered to be one of the most critical determinations of patients' health outcomes. We have heard loud and clear that our residents support preserving this service. Over the past 7 weeks, I've received close to 200 emails from residents stating they would pay the increase in taxes to keep the current service level. This doesn't include the number of texts or people I've spoken with. In checking with 311 last week, they had logged 442 calls in support of the existing service and 3 that supported the transition. In our 2025 customer satisfaction survey, safety and emergency services ranked highest, and not that long ago, Councillor Dodek brought forward the Herald survey question as support for another issue. Today, I share with you, in response to the Herald survey question last week, would you pay higher taxes if it meant keeping fire and EMS integrated service? Of 1,308 votes, 80% said yes. All of Council received this email from a resident yesterday. We need to prioritize resident safety and health care. If that means cutting some other costs in other areas, then we should look at some of the nice-to-haves and make some changes. Ambulance is a need-to-have service and not one to skimp on. I understand it's expensive. However, we pay for a lot of wants in this city. Too many. You should engage with more average folks about some of those costs, what they're willing to cut. They will get behind you. I randomly met a councillor a couple of weeks ago and he inquired about my opinion, which is to keep it, but find the money, at least from some of their expenditures. This is an opportunity to do that. Preserving this funding lays the groundwork and opens the door for further discussions with residents about what they truly value and set service levels that residents support and will benefit the entire city. We know that over the next year, we're going to be having those service level discussions, which will lead to more effective and informed discussions and decisions at our upcoming budget processes and how we spend our taxpayer dollars. We may even get to some zero-based budgeting discussions for some departments. We're going to be looking at a capital budget this fall and an operating budget next fall. Both of these in conjunction with our strategic plan, setting service levels, results from the community satisfaction survey, and future community engagement will be opportunities to develop the services our community needs and values with the data and community support to back up those decisions. I would suggest that it's premature to cut this pressure from our budget when we still have service levels to set and a year's worth of budgeting discussions to have, particularly when the increase to taxpayers is zero this tax year and an additional $54 for the average home next tax year. There's a lot of work ahead of us and opportunity while preserving a service that our residents have stated they value and will pay for. We're a growing regional hub, and that means we need dependable emergency response. It is part of community reliability and economic development. An integrated fire and EMS service aligns well with the vision of our growing community hub and the investment that we've been advocating for in our local health services. Employers, investors, families, institutions, housing operators, industrial businesses, and major facilities all rely on emergency service certainty. This is also about trust. Our residents need to know they can trust the service we are providing. In speaking with economic developers and business owners, the potential cost of losing the service and delayed response time could see an increase in business insurance costs. In this change to service, we've also heard we will lose our tactical emergency support for our police service, a critical support we just created, and we will also lose our hazmat team. In speaking with a member of the FCM Transportation Committee that helped put together the Municipal Rail Infrastructure Guide, we're at the same risk as Lac Magnetic, a 2013 disaster that saw the loss of 47 lives. We have 5 significant crossings that involve rail vehicle interactions. That increases our risk, as does the fact we are on a major transportation corridor with trucks passing through the city and region every day that carry dangerous goods. We know that our response serves our surrounding community. We have a real opportunity here to have conversations with the county and regional municipalities to build regional partnerships and cost-sharing models that could help distribute the financial burden while preserving a high standard of service for everyone who relies on it. As per the MGA Section 3D, working with neighboring municipalities is part of our job, and this offers us a unique and innovative opportunity to do so. Further, Council's strategic plan commits us to being a safe and healthy city, maintaining access to important services and working through purposeful partnerships. We will lose approximately 70 staff members with this decision. That's a loss of social and financial capital to our city, and we would also need to explore what this change would mean for the programs and student recruitment at Lethbridge Polytechnic. I've heard from and spoken with colleagues throughout Alberta who are fighting to get their service back or into their community because they recognize the costs they are paying through delayed response times, poorer patient outcomes, and the financial costs to not having that service. These communities are now looking at added medical first response teams and critical response units to their fire services, which means a tax increase, but one that doesn't address ambulance response times. This decision isn't about cutting costs and saving monies. It's about a value proposition we place on services. Not supporting this will mean our residents will pay for it, but they pay for it in other ways.
All right, any further debate on this? Seeing none, all right, to close.
Thank you very much. In closing, this is what I know. In 2014, when my dad had a heart attack, I called 911 for an ambulance, and a fire truck responded because the closest ambulance was at least 20 more minutes out. The members of our service who responded on that fire truck kept him alive. He died at least twice on the living room floor that afternoon, but those responders brought him back and took care of him until the ambulance arrived. They resuscitated him another 2 times on the way to the hospital, and it's because of those individuals in our integrated service that our family had another 3 years with him, and I can never thank you enough for that. This councillor truly understands the value of this service because I've had to use it. I understand this isn't an easy decision, and I acknowledge the stress and anxiety this has caused some of my colleagues around this table over the past 7 weeks. This was an easy decision for me. The opportunities I outlined in my opening will require strong leadership and fortitude on the part of this council, but we were elected to provide that leadership and do those hard things. Thank you to the members of Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services for your service to our city. Know that you are valued and you are appreciated. I would ask my colleagues to support this motion to rescind the March 24th direction.
All right, with that, we have a motion to rescind the March 24th number 2 that is up on the screen. And so I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And those opposed? All right, that has defeated. All right, I have a motion here from Councillor Campbell, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, EHS Ground Ambulance Agreement. Be it resolved, the City Council direct the City Manager to notify Emergency Health Services Alberta on or before May 31st, 2026, that the City of Lethbridge does not agree to extend the current contract beyond its current term end of September 30th, 2026. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the confidential documents with respect to the EHS Ground Ambulance Agreement remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body conferences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Any questions on this? Seeing none, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, for me, has always been about finding the right deal, finding the option number 3. So by doing this, we are in fact looking for the right deal. In my mind, this has never been about we're going to get rid of integrated fire service. This has never been that. This has always been about maintaining it, and that's very important. That's what it's always been in my mind. This is an opportunity. This is a chance to get back to the table and figure out that we have to maintain what we've had for the last 100-some years. So this is not saying no to integrated fire service. This is about saying yes, we need it, but we got to do it. We got to do it right.
With that, question's been called. All in favor?
Is there,
Oh,
did you have a debate?
Any
Okay,
debate?
all right,
I don't see anyone in the queue.
all right.
All in favor? Those opposed? 7-2, that carries.
Oh, I thought you were going to. Yeah.
All right, move on to 11, administrative inquiries and responses. And there's one in there from Councillor Croson, deadlines and compliance with deadlines for intermunicipal collaboration frameworks and intermunicipal development plans, the IDPs had spent to Mr. City Manager. And then City Council updates. I see one from Councillor Croson. Update on, is in your package there that has been, did you want to speak to that, Councillor Croson? Oh, sure, go ahead.
So to the city manager, thank you for your administrative response. Can you remind me whose responsibility is it to set up the next intermunicipal meeting? Is it ours or the county's? Whose, ball, whose court has the ball?
Yeah, I was looking for Miss Minton, who was going to answer that, but she's not here. Happy to take the initiative on it if our council wishes us to do that.
Okay, because I think, if we're going to get this doing, we better get that committee back to meeting if we can. So that's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgins.
Thank you. And as I was mentioning, City Council updates from Councillor Croson, that's in your package there. And as far as confidential reports, we'll move to those. I have a motion here from Councillor Parker, Labor Relations Matter Number 1. Be it resolved, the City Council direct administration to proceed with City Administration's recommendation as proposed in closed session. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session presentations and discussions pertaining to the Labor Relations Matter Number 1 remain confidential as per Section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. The next one I'm going to have Deputy Mayor read, as I've got a perceived conflict of interest, so he will be reading that resolution.
Okay, I have a resolution sponsored by Councillor Bieber. Be it resolved that City Council direct administration to proceed with the confidential recommendations 1 and 2A as proposed in closed session, and further be it resolved that City Council direct the closed session presentations and discussions pertaining to the Labor Relations Matter Number 2 remain confidential as per Section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Bieber. The question will call. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. We're adjourned.